Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to more Phoenix Wright. Possibly the last time? I don't know. It really depends on how quick or slow we may end up being, but hope all of you are doing well. Thank you for the hydrate already. Oh my goodness. All right. Yes, and well, we'll see because I still have to check the profiles because I don't want to forget to check the profiles. I would never do that. Never in a million streams would I forget to check the profile except every other stream. But this time for sure we will definitely make sure to check them. Look what arrived. It's the Lunar Remastered Collection, which I will be playing once I get back from DC. I'm heading out on Wednesday afternoon. I will be back on Sunday. I will be streaming it on Tuesday. You can't believe it never hit you? No, it's okay. I mean, I'm sure I've had to have passed by it 20 billion times in the court records and just for some reason didn't think to do it. Oh, so Sebastian's already been playing it a lot. That's great. What might be good news or daunting news, depending on how much responsibility people want to have for checking VODs. I mean, it's either good or bad news. Is I think the 2 day a week streaming schedule is not really conducive to this particular chunk of time. So I'm actually going to be increasing the amount of time I'm streaming at least Lunar from 2 days a week to four. So we're going to still keep the Monday and Thursday schedule for whatever game is going to be redeemed. So Bravely would be next. And then we're going to go into basically every day other than Sunday is going to be Lunar. And we'll just have to see how that works. If it historically it has never worked to increase my streaming schedule beyond that. It's always hit a breaking point. That's why we're going to only try it for Lunar, and we'll see how it goes. If I regret it, I will let you guys know, and I will tap out. I'm not going to push it. I'm not going to make it a miserable experience, but I will let you know that that's the plan. Probably not. The day, like for example, Wednesday and Friday, which would be the only other days not occupied. Those are probably going to be shorter streams. I'm not going to go for full length. They're not going to be like 3 4 hour extravaganzas. They're going to be shorter streams. So I think I just need I don't want to have it like butting right up against like Joe's streams like I normally might. So yeah, then I can just kind of chill. We'll see how it works out, but considering how many things are coming down the pipeline, I just want to make sure I'm ready. I think that's everything I had to really ramble about. So I think we can go ahead and get started with Phoenix Wright. So let me go ahead and switch scenes. And there's nothing there. Might help if I turned on the 3DS capture card on my computer. So let me go ahead and do that. Oh, I think I know what the problem is. There we go. That looks better. And we are good to go. Day 2 investigation. So February 23rd, 2:15 p.m., Wright & Co. law offices. And for those who don't remember, we ended the last stream by discovering that there was a murder of the same person in two different places at the exact same time. You finally completed chapter 126. Congratulations, Tay. I'm so proud of you. I can't wait. You're wondering if you're going to be working through it while you were streaming still. Well, congratulations on. It sounds like you made it ahead of your goal, which is great. Yeah, no, I know I'll definitely like it. And mega is absolutely the appropriate word to modify weak, considering it's lunar, so I approve. Court records. Oh, there's the profile section. Oh, it's only. Oh no, it only shows for the chapter you're in. I think I lost out on everybody else. It's gonna be a mega magic week. That's right. So Miles Edgeworth, a gifted prosecutor and a ruthless man who'd do anything to get a guilty verdict. That's me, Phoenix Wright, and then Miles Edgeworth, and yes. So then Dick Gumshoe, age 30, gender male, detective at a local precinct in charge of the initial investigation. Emma Skye, high school junior and self-centered scientific investigator, client sister of Lana Skye. And then Lana Skye, age 29, gender female, the defendant and chief prosecutor for the district, wounded on her right hand. A likely story. Angel Starr, age 31, gender female, mysterious lunch lady, witness to the murder, known as the Cough Up Queen. Yeah, that's true. You're absolutely right, Tay. That's probably true. And then Jake Marshall, age 33, gender male, a patrolman investigating the incident at the prosecutor's office, thinks he's a cowboy. And then Bruce Goodman, age 36, gender male, the victim, and a good man, detective in charge of Homicide and Criminal Affairs Division 1. And then Damon Gant, age 65, gender male, district chief of police. Though he might not seem it, he's a top dog in the PD. And then that's everybody. We'll have to check to see how those change towards the end as we progress. So back in our law offices at 2:15 p.m. Whoa, 2:15. Isn't that the time of the murder? Mr. Wright, so, what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see, what is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. I remember that detail. Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or try to at least. All right, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Yeah, she can read thoughts now. That's hardcore. Would you mind coming with me? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. February 23rd, Prosecutor's Office, underground parking lot. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Of course it was our victim who was killed at the department. And my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum. Was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Very good, McKenzel. I approve. My sister erasing evidence of the crime scene. Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was bloodstains or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Heh. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? The situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me, why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? It's like Teddy from Persona 4. To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Touch the screen to spray it on. We're getting our DS, all of the features checked off right now. Okay, let's find us some bloodstains. Okay, next blow into the microphone to spray it everywhere. Let's see. Aha! Oh, they wanted me to click it again. I can see your eyes shining behind those glasses. So this is a bloodstain. It's so, Emma, you're shaking. It's just, this is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a bloodstain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this, scientifically? The amount of blood is definitely strange. I mean, location... It's where we would expect it to be given the murder scene. I would have said the way that the blood was spread out, but that's not a choice, so I'm going to say the amount of blood. The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It's strange. If they fought here, there'd have to be more bloodstains than this. Hey, Mr. Wright, see how I'm marking up the floor plans where we find the bloodstain? At least you don't have to spit on the DS screen to use it. Yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't do that, even if they wanted it. See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, that's very useful information to have. I saved up my allowance to buy this. Luminol testing fluid information received from Emma. So it's not even the bottle, it's just information. I don't even know how we're gonna... What does that even mean? Find blood traces spray to use. So looking at it... Someone used a marker to write their name on this. Emma Sky. Don't tell me you bring this with you everywhere you go. Well, you never know where something might go down. Just what kind of a world do you think we live in? Alright, we are done here, maybe? Guess we can... Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. And we'll drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah, it feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? This luminol stuff is going to come in handy. Ha! I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Starr, you only trust your own eyes, Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth... This type of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. Talk. Today's trial. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Starr, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there, but I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry, you lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Ah. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? Detective Starr. So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes, it was a long time ago, well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know? I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long, they called me the Cough-Up Queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go, fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator, and if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. Wait, she doesn't mean... Well, I guess we aren't going to ask about it. I would if we could. Could you take a look at this? Oh, you said you want some hot tea? Okay, she's not gonna care. She just wants to babble for a while. So do I want to I should probably hand her an SL9 document. What do you think about this SL9 incident on that knife? And on that note, Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transfer the very day that Goodman was killed. And as I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Apparently not. I thought that was gonna do it. It didn't do it at all. So if I present the note, it's gonna be the same. Yeah. Yeah. So she won't say anything new about it. I already showed her all this other stuff, I think. I don't know if there's anything else I can realistically do here. We could try going to the police department entrance and see if we can gain access to the crime scene. That was why they wouldn't let us in earlier, I think. February 23rd, police department entrance. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed in their own department. So the evidence room, the scene of the crime, according to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. She's like a kid at an amusement park. Ooh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. Criminal Affairs Division. February 23rd, Police Department, Criminal Affairs. I mean, of course somebody got killed there. I mean, we got tased there. I mean, clearly there's no security there. Well, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective in this department after all. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot, except the blood doesn't really support that. The murder had to be conducted here. Ugh, it makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, I want to check out the crime scene here. Yes, you sound dead set on investigating, but don't mess up or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. What? I guess it won't let me into the evidence room. February 23rd, Detention Center. Visitor's room. Looks like this guy is in questioning. I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in two places at the same time? Can you imagine? How's she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. The chief said they'd caught the criminal at the police department. Let's come back later. Oops, that's not the right one. Nope, bye. Oh, this is a new place. February 23rd, evidence room entrance, guard station. What's with the decor in this place? It's pretty amazing decor, actually. It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room? The scene of the crime? It sure seems that way. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who this guard is already. Yipes, that sure is prickly. It must be the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. This cactus is a lot like my sister, actually. Miss Guy, encased in a cold, rigid shell, with thorns pointing in every direction. Just like her. You know, I've been looking at this cactus a while now, and I don't see the resemblance. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. I'm not the guard. I remember the last time I was in the game, I was the Rune Guard, spelled G-A-R-D, in Grandia 1. It looks like there is a video feed from the evidence room here. There is a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of here. Video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below. It says recording. I bet we could use it, but we're not going to for some reason. We should. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. Actually, I lied. The last game that had me in it was Dragon Warrior 7. There was actually an NPC named Guard, and I invited them to my town. And so they became a permanent resident. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of here. Just like before. There's a security guard uniform hanging here. It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was that called again? A punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy? I know, a poochie. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. Alright, can we move into the actual evidence room? We cannot. So let me check the door. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open? You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Look, on the floor, a lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap? Here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. Alright, I guess we are going to head back out, because I don't know what else we can do in here. What to do? Tell me. Well, where should we begin? Oh, well, isn't it obvious we should begin with that, you know, the thing. The mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man, Detective Goodman, be killed in two places simultaneously? Oh, well, you see, we should go to the police department. The evidence room, was it? I'm not being very useful here, am I? That seems to be a recurring arc in Phoenix Wright for whatever reason. People wanting to be useful. No, you're being very helpful. Any ideas? Poor Mr. Edgeworth. You are becoming a thorn in my side, Worthy. There have been rumors. After all, you were in the defendant's chair just last year. There was that business with him not reading that officer's report about the killing at the police department, right? I guess we should probably go to Edgeworth's office if we can. The chief of police was right about that, but I can't help but think. Someone at the police department doesn't like Edgeworth. How did I get to the High Prosecutor's office? Was it from here? Yes, this is how I got to it. Maybe. February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. The front office area. I examined the computer, I examined, which made it sound like I could check to see who was going to be there, and then we never did. So I could go back. I thought I was pretty thorough with checking things out. But once I find a dead end here, I'll go back there. Well, this place is certainly tidy today, and it will be tidy tomorrow, too. Incidentally, he's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. Alright, I guess we're going back to the... No, I didn't see a front office area. That area was blocked off. We had the, entrance... Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, in the Criminal Affairs Department? No, I never examined the lobby. These are the detectives' desks. There are computers and files in each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I'd expect. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. That must be the head detective. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Detective killed in the evidence room. Tell no one outside the police department. No! I told that old lady at the restaurant everything. Someone's getting a demotion. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. I know. The killer used dry ice. If you put it between the latch and the door, the room could be sealed shut. This is good. I'll win a writer's award for sure. He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. I don't think this is the place. Yeah, so, back. I guess the only other thing I can think of. Yeah, I've already checked that. These. Yeah, I was kind of hoping, except Gumshoe, I think had been off the case, specifically, but it'd be nice if he could give me permission. It'd be nice to see him on the case again, but I don't think we're gonna get that. I think there's something we clearly have to do with Angel that we haven't done. It's like we're supposed to figure out something about the DL9 incident, but I don't know what. So let's go back to the underground parking lot. Still got nothing to tell me? Okay. I don't believe that. Fortunately, we're gonna waste a bunch of time picking wrong options. Body with Edgeworth's knife stuck in it was found in Edgeworth's car. I think he owes me his gratitude. Gratitude? Why, if I hadn't witnessed the crime, Mr. Edgeworth would have been the suspect. I wonder. Still, it's strange. Why didn't our chief prosecutor have her own motor weapon ready? Yeah, victim's note does that same thing from earlier. Doesn't like the parking garage stub. Let's give Goodman's ID, actually. I had one of those up until 2 years ago. Back when you were the Cough-Up Queen, right? We found this ID card here in this parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same ID as the man who was killed at the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. You gonna tell me something, or... Nope. My goodness. Can you take a look at this? Put the shoe on your head. She didn't do it. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? And climbed the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder? That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime? Yes, I mean, at this point, tell me what I need to know. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? Please let it be. Please. Please. Thank you. Finally. That's when I learned the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. Police points is right. Yeah, for the cough-up queen, she was being pretty secretive about it, so they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence, not even a little. What? But the criminal was executed, right? Evidence of a sort, made-up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly, Officer Jake Marshall. He's on security detail in the police department, isn't he? Now he's gonna show up. Detective Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Except for the right one, I guess. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait! Those lunches you sell! There is only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Starr's old boyfriends, how many does she have anyway? Just when the detectives in the case have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Rookie. What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Then you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch. I hope we can just like whip it out during evidence and cross-examination. You hungry? I know a certain guy who might help you if you're tempted with this treat. Oh, okay, now we can help. Oh, we do get it, but I don't think we're gonna be able to take it to just have it to court. I think we have to give it to Marshall. Miss Starr, Officer Marshall, is he your, are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too, back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective, but now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Yeah, the judge was just eating it up. Officer Jake Marshall. Alright, that's enough of that. We're gonna move. Police Department entrance. February 23rd, Police Department entrance. This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Please! Huh? Wasn't that? One steak lunch, please! Oh, it's you. It's Gumshoe's back! Detective Gumshoe. Now's the time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean, you heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, pal? On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, it was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. Oh, we didn't get to feed him. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. He's still not part of our team. That's not been updated. That hasn't been updated. There's the Gumshoe. Nope, everything's the same. Yes, we, the jury, find the defendant hungry. Let's go to the... So they wanted me to go to the detention center. And then we can go back to hand off the lunch. So to get to the detention center, we have to actually go to Wright and Co. law offices first. Then move to the detention center. February 23rd, detention center. Visitor's room. Still, I do feel better about things, a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Is it Larry? Is it Larry? Is it Larry Butts? Is it always gonna be Larry? What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrator against her. That's what I'd say. Oh, is it that one, oh, that one person that went to Miles that was ignored? It is him. Oh, hi. Hi, greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Officer Meekin, so you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Like, it just reminds me of Scott from Duck Your Chronicles 4. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report. No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, he isn't, is he? You, Officer Meekins? You didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? What? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Yeah, how did you get yourself in this mess? The day of the crime. Sir! I'm a patrolman with General Affairs, sir. Sir! Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard opposite in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard in the evidence room. That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in their evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. Yeah, whoa, he hit her in his hand. He's so expressive. What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand. Yeah, I was about to say, just like Miss Sky. Except it's his left. Not, and that's right. Interesting. So is she's trying to cover for him, maybe in like this weird cosmic brained way I can't possibly understand yet. Whatever I think it's gonna be the twist, it's not gonna be the twist, it's gonna be something else. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. Animated for Rise from the Ashes after the character designs for the episode had been completed. Some of the animators had never done key animations for and became the most lively character. Well, like, he's definitely the most lively character here. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. The victim first. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as a persecutor or a victim, sir, then label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that. Ah, yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Oh, really? Bandaged hand. And your hand. That happened when Detective Goodman was stabbed? Well, you see, sir, you don't remember. Of course you don't remember. Don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do. Sir, to tell the truth, sir, what had happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. Next thing you knew, you were, huh? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir, all alone. alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then when I looked, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. Present. You getting pretty hungry? Officer Meekins, can you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir. Real sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir? He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright. It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Straight knife. Officer Meekins, this is for you. Eek! I'm scared of knives, sir. It's okay, just wanted you to take a look at it. That's it, sir. Last night, sir. That's the one. I was an apple, sir. In my dream, sir, and I was being peeled. On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. Now how about this one? Okay. Doesn't matter which one we show. You want to talk about the Blue Badger panel? Okay. No clue. Okay, so he's not going to be much help. We should probably go back to Marshall. Or actually, we can show the photo and then go to Marshall. Hey, why do you have that? That's from the day it was taken to the prosecutor's office. The day that Detective Goodman's body was found in the trunk. So this means I'm a free man, innocent. If this is a dream, sir, then I hope I never wake up. If this is a dream, you'd better wake up right now. Okay. Let's go to Marshall and give him the food. Police department entrance. And security guard office. And he's not here. No! Do we need to go back to the prosecutor's office? I do not have to go to the prosecutor's office. Is there something else I'm supposed to do? Maybe there's something else I'm supposed to do here. Oh, Goodman's ID. I keep forgetting that's a thing. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey, that's it, sir, that's it. That's it. That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But, sir, now I remember. I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I'd better pry into this one a little deeper. Crime details. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Yeah, I'm going to get my notepad ready. This is going to be probably pretty important. Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. Well, that sounded pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and left at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you. My father's own words, sir. What happened then? Well, My eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I awoke, I was here. Right. Reason for arrest? So, Officer Meekins, why is it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim, whom he met at the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here? They told me that it had to be him, sir, on that day at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly? No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime, I swore to stamp out. It's there, it's me, it's on tape. And you wait until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, real sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks, I have my own. Well, I guess we better check out the crime scene. Alright, now Meekins should be there, and then now we should be able to bribe him. Oops, wrong office. What? How can he not be here? Video feed from the evidence room here. There's a link light blinking. It says recording. I bet we could use the computer to check on who went in and out of here. Oh, and it still won't let me. Let's just walk in. Won't open. Thought it'd be open. Need permission. This swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. I'd say it's more of a yarg myself. Okay, I guess we're getting back out. Where else can I go? What else can I do? Let me present her with the steak lunch. Can I spray the area around the evidence entrance with luminol? That's a thought. I don't know if there's an option to actually use it. But I'll check it out. You'll give it to Jake just like I asked, won't you? You and Officer Marshall, are you going out? Jake and I are cooperating on the investigation, that's all. We're just putting the past to rest. Thank you. Okay, let me try that again, so we'll move. Let's try going back to the detention center, and then we'll head that way. Okay, we went through all 4. Move. Criminal affairs. Oh, here we go. February 23rd, Police Department, Criminal Affairs. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the head detective's desk. It's Chief Gant. Are you sure this is all, You know what it means if there's anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked the drawers, the lockers, the garbage cans, the coat pockets, the pillowcases, behind the computer monitors, the coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. The head detective looks a little flustered. Ahaha, righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Oh, Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? What a theme. Edgeworth. Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Oh, Worthy. Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, we've had no end of trouble with the boys since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having one of our top people sitting in the defendant's seat. Now, you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? Von Karma. A legend he was, undefeatable in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they'd do just about anything to restore the reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? Evident incident. It's downright odd. I tell you, I mean, it happened at exactly the same time. The murder at the prosecutor's office. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets, can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the head detective's trap shut. He was the one you were picking on earlier? Huh? You saw that? Whoops. I wonder what it was that he wanted the head detective to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Want the steak? Could you take a look at this? Sorry, Righto. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. I am done with steak. Go find that guy who can't seem to sit still out there, the busy one. The guy who can't sit still. Does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Either him or the Dancing Blue Badger. Is that gonna look at the Switchblade? Yeah, he's just not in the mood for anything. Goodman ID? Okay, if that doesn't even faze him, then we're done. Sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police wanted you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. They didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. February 21st note? Well, I bet you it was his ID. I mean, I think we can guarantee he lost his ID, and that's why the other person had it. Goodman's lost item report added to the court record. I should probably get a quick look around the crime scene. Okay, well, glad I investigated that. Oh, he didn't write down what was stolen. Of course he didn't. I mean, we could all infer it's the ID. And the reason we can infer it's his ID is because the reason that the ID statement isn't filled out is not because he couldn't, like it's half incompleted, but he couldn't complete it because the ID was on the ID number and he didn't have the ID card to complete it, and so that's why he had to stop and give up. So, alright. I like my theory. Anyway, I guess we're gonna go ahead and move to Marshall, finally. Oh, you're killing me. My goodness. I guess we're gonna go ahead and present it back to Gant then. Look at this. Nope, he doesn't care. I guess we need to look at his desk then. Detective's desk, computers on each one. Yeah, it's the same dialogue as before. This is the police mascot, is it? The Blue Badger, the future star of the police force. The design's a little changed from the ones outside. Ah, well, the Dancing Blue Badger TM is still under development, you see. You have it trademarked? Absolutely, it's cutting-edge stuff. Very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter and she burst into tears. Don't show her the moving mock-up outside then, you'll give her nightmares. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Okay, the killer used a cassette tape. What a crappy trick. That gunshot was a fake. This is good. No one will expect a cassette tape in this day and age. Not writing a report, writing a novel, but something different this time. Okay, I guess, Oh, permission granted. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought this day would come when Wright asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, could I borrow $50? I'd give him $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate this room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. It just goes to show, you never know until you ask. And for you here, you can borrow this. Huh? Hey, this is the detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. Heh. It looks pretty cool on my, is it? I've actually only read the word, never said it. Is it lapel? I think it's lapel. Doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to investigate into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Okay, so back to the police department entrance. And we'll go to the security guard office in just a moment. I have a feeling we're finally actually going to be able to go there. But I'm going to go ahead and hydrate all of you. I need to get some more water. And I will return very, very soon. There we go. All right, thank you for the hydrate and for getting my tail up. And welcome, Bear Kidney. Security office. Let's do it. I guess we're just gonna go into the evidence room. Examine it. We have the card now. We should just be able to walk in, right? No rooms beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha, the card reader's turned off, see? What is the security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, well, what's made my Bambina sky so gray? Officer Marshall, somehow I knew. What's that somehow I knew look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw! Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Beep. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Well, we'll see about that. Guard office. Was wondering if we could talk to you. Sorry, Bambina, but I'm off to roam the lands like a tumbleweed on the wide prairie. Like a gunslinger loading his six-shooter, I say a little prayer. Rourke. What was that all about, Mr. Wright? I think he was just too hungry to talk. You're just saying that because his stomach was growling. You have no idea what he was talking about either. Well, in any case, we need to get cracking on this investigation pronto. Which we will. We'll give him his food. I was wondering if we could talk to you. Sorry, Bambina, but I'm off to roam the lands. Okay, same dialogue. Yes, you hungry. So none of this is gonna work until we actually feed him. Steak lunch. That smell. Ah, reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this for my baby? Yeah, Miss Starr. What's this? What? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch. I see. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given Officer Marshall. All right, Bambina, you win. Ask anything, smack. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Guard office. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. Ah, that poor little doggy. Poor guy, I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak into next to your steak, you know? Marshall. Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a raw-hide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with the Star, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it, anyway? We've heard the name so many times that no one tells us what actually happened. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case? That's right. The evidence transfers. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. Security system. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. Thus the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card. So it's gonna have Bruce Goodman, but it's not really gonna have been Bruce Goodman that came through. Yeah, so two people entered at exactly 5:14. Some people entered in. I'm better off just, you know what, I'm gonna be crafty here. I'm just gonna use my snip tool, go into OBS, and just kinda just snip the top. Like, I'm not gonna bother jotting all this down. I can be resourceful. Hey, I've seen this somewhere before. Marshall's actually from Connecticut. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. Sorry, Bambina. I can't show you more than that. Well, I'm glad I took a picture. I was waiting for the dialogue to maybe disappear so I could get a more clean picture, but 4989596. You can still read the ID underneath. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so the 450 and the 514 person were the same person. Well, I wasn't going to take a picture with the screen. I could just use my screen capture with OBS open and just like, because it's going directly to OBS, so I can just do that. So the person entered twice, whoever it was. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied with the stabbing. I can by presenting that ID. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transfer thing is about? We only keep evidence of solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective supervision for 2 years, so can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault of the police station. That's what we call transfer. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever, dead, never to be reopened again, never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. Alright, let's get the ID to him. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot? The number on this is 584-2819. Officer Marshall, show us the ID number of that ID card record. Yep, there it is, 514, as I suspected. Look, the fourth number, it's a perfect match. It was used at 514, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the whole world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room, no. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card? What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. Okay, well that negated what I just did. That's fine. Fine, I was just planning ahead. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Like who? Who else is here? Who else am I gonna have to question and interrogate? Let's move into the evidence room. Yay, finally. Evidence room, Sector 3. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room? It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Eek! Whoa! And we whited out, just like Meekins. Unbelievable. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So is it true what I heard? Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, could I borrow $50, I'd give him 50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. So, Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone $50, even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about? Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence room floor plans added to the court record. Look at how much evidence we have. It's now going on to its 3rd page. Let me take a look at those floor plans, please. Scene of the stabbing of the detective at the police department. Check the touch screen for details. Great. This helps a lot. What is this? I don't understand any of this. I mean, those are a bunch of files everywhere. It is pretty nuts. Alright. Do we have to check his ID? I mean, are we gonna bully him on his first day after not feeding him? Judge for a day? So Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day? That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using our findings from yesterday's investigation to prepare for the trial. In other words, Detective Gumshoe got kicked out of the investigation again. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. And in my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Of course. I am a detective, after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open? Edgeworth. I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee right now? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. Maybe not. Maybe soon. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using this ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost, and this one was, in fact, lost. Why am I on my 3rd card since entering the force already? Don't say that! That means anybody can be anybody. That sounds like a lot. Yes, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Okay, I'm starting to understand the injury. The hand injury is a little bit more. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint. Exactly, pal. The locket for each locker is coated with the fingerprint. And that's the only locker we can open. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, you get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There's even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Evidence locker added to the court record. Okay. So I'm guessing we understood. I'm guessing that's why Meekin's blacked out. Is he somehow must have come into contact. That's a little bit of an odd check. I mean, what is you even checking at that point? It's just a super zoom in. Alright, so present. Yeah, I know. He just can't stay happy for long. I feel terrible. ID card record. So let's interrogate you. Did you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. I heard the rumors, so it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa. What is it? That second number. You mean 8730579? That one? The, Goodman? It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? How is he always in the wrong places? He's always in the wrong places everywhere. What? What? ID card record updated in the court records. Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Okay. So are we gonna have to continue this until we manually fill it out? Man, we may not be able to finish it today. If that's the case. Allow me to say one thing, speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. That's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. Switchblade knife. Detective Goodman's note, and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Okay, so we have more to do here. Oh no, there's a screen scroll. Hold on a minute. Look, this one's open, and there's an indicator tag stuck on it still. That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker? Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. This is where I'd use the spray, but it's not giving me the option yet. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all those pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. The case? The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of these pieces there? It's a broken thinker statue is what it is. Unbelievable. Another piece of SL9 evidence. Check it out closer. Oh, 8 to 12 hours. Oh my goodness. We'll be back on, I guess, Monday after the trip then, and I'll finish it. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it broke. That doesn't really cause me any kind of a setback. It just means Bravely Default won't be Monday. It'll just be more Phoenix Wright. I'll definitely make it as far as I can. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it back together? Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Okay, here we go. No, not with this. Not like this. What? I don't... What am I even... I don't think I understand. I need a tutorial, because I literally do not. Oh, okay. They liked that. Yeah, it helped that I got the first one in. Finally, that's definitely a huge benefit. Okay, that is not correct. Maybe? Oh, there we go. Hey! Yeah, it's very satisfying when it clicks. It really is. Aha! Oh no! Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. That only took me 2 minutes to do. The problem is finishing it. And you just throw it on the ground? Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Unstable jar added to the court record. Let's take a look at it. A piece is missing. Huh? This thing doesn't even have a bottom? That's weird. I wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? Very good, Fair Kidney. Okay, so examine. Look, there's more pieces on the ground, though. They never left. Makes a jar. There are two things that bother me. One, why are some of the pieces missing? Two, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. What is a saw and paint doing here? Since the dawn of time. True art has always been a war against oppression. True art? I noticed there are blue and yellow paints here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the blue badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Here in the evidence room? Blood. What's this? Blood. It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. It looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other blood stains left in the room? Finally, here we go. We should use our testing fluid to check it out. Can I just go in there and just apply? Yeah, I can spray. Ha. Oh, look at all that blood. Oh my goodness. There must have been a massive amount of blood here. I've never seen so much before. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, Detective? Pale blue blood? Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien? This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Yeah, I know. Maybe the rest of the blood was carried in a broken jar and it was leaking and and then they're like, I shouldn't be carrying blood in this jar, it's too unstable. And then they left. And whatever else, they enacted the evil plan. Activate luminol Reagan. Do we need to activate anymore? I knew it. This is someone's right handprint. Right handprint. So Meekins, whenever this comes up to trial for Meekins, we're going to immediately impeach because his left hand is bandaged, not his right. This kind of sucks because we have one person who has a left hand and we have one person that has a right hand, and somehow, against all probability, I don't know, I feel like nobody's going to be inherently off the hook. What? What's the matter, Detective? This locker. It's mine. It's yours. Please, you have to help me. When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Now he knows what he's talking about. There's still... Is there really any more blood here, or is it just like a fun little happy... Oh wait, I can probably spray here. Oh! Now this is gonna be someone's left hand. This is where it's gonna get like really interesting. What? It's Ethan Witcher's hand after he lost 2 of his fingers. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This might just be something significant. This is Meekins. This has got to be Meekins' hand. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief. Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I'd better jot this down on the floor plans. Unfortunately, it doesn't say whose hand or whose isn't. I think that's it. I think we are done with luminol. Yeah, that's it. So, SL9 incident. Now that was a bloody, violent case. Violent? So it was a murder? A serial killing? Yeah, I was about to say, I was curious where you're making Heavy Rain reference when I said Ethan Winters. A serial killing. A serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight. and started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence. Okay, I see. This is a... It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transfer roll the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident. So, that switchblade knife? The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Yeah, so we spoke with him about that already. That's why I flipped through it. We already saw all that. I think we're done. I guess prosecutor's office. We need to talk to Miles Edgeworth and tell him we know about everything now. Perhaps. Okay, Gant's gone. Present. Unstable jar. Nope. Evidence room. Let's check it ourselves. We can't get a better look, but we can see like two of these different things over here. Okay, how about this ID card record? No. Okay, well, we obviously aren't meant to talk to you, so let's get out of here. Let's go back to underground parking at prosecutor's office. Oh, that isn't it. Court record, luminol testing fluid. Yeah, we already did that. Oh, on the box. The blood must be from Alana. No, my sister isn't the murderer, but she did call you, didn't she, at the time of the crime? And her right hand is bandaged. Hey, just whose side are you on? This has nothing to do with taking sides, so this means that Lana's hand had blood on it. This just keeps getting worse. Okay, so that had nothing to do with anything. Oh man, I could be missing anything from anywhere at this particular point. Alright, well, I know you murdered somebody, Edgeworth, so I am going to go in here and I'm going to spray all over your office. Alright, well, looks like you get off scot-free. Underground parking lot. Is there something else I'm supposed to do in that room? With, I mean, I feel like I did a lot in the security room. What about, the desk? Yeah, I mean, I figured it was a long shot. Don't run out of it. We can just borrow $50 from Gant. It'll be fine. It doesn't matter. Like, we could just get more. It's good. He said it's all right. But yeah, I'm trying to. Now I'm a little bit stumped. We're spending a lot of time on the field today. Security guard office. Talk. I guess we can start presenting some of this stuff to the security guard. Unstable jar. Sheriff stuck in the Wild West and placed his faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting camp. This is neither Wild West nor West here. Aha, but this and that are two. But that and this are two entirely different things. I guess so? Huh? I'm lost. Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Evidence locker. Okay, well, that didn't work. Okay, he didn't like the ID card record either. Sure what else I can do. I've already gone through the 4 levels of questioning with him. The only thing I can think of is there was something in the evidence room I'm still missing, despite how thorough I was. SL9. We did that. Jar. You can't open the lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. If you can open it, they'll give you 50 cents. Note, the police department lacks faith in its lock system. After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. But at the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. Okay, he's not gonna comment on the floor plan. ID card report. I'm in the rumors, so he's gonna. Oh, he's just gonna overreact to Edgeworth again. I really think I did a good job in here, but I don't know what else I can do. So now he's just angry. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. Places stuff with evidence, stuff with evidence. I'm not so sure about the dreams. It won't open. I guess I should have known. Hey pal, our security is high-tech around here. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. That looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away? Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is. Is that all I needed? Was just to get the fishing pole? Ah, this is my personal pole. I never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere. Oh, it's the metal detector. Right, pal, that's the metal detector. The one that led to solving of that case out in Gourd Lake, remember? Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And? I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a radio locator. I'm sure it will come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. Cheap looking box. You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart. Oh, I don't actually get to own it. Okay. Well, I don't know anymore. I guess we can go back to our office and maybe we just need to go back to Wright and Co. have anything new to say for what to do. I'm afraid to look up what to do with this game for obvious reasons. Uh, so I'm gonna try to, I guess, keep fiddling around. I think with just giving things to different people. Yeah, I'm sorry. I am utterly stumped. How about ID card? Maybe. I wonder if I really do just have to give this to everybody. Maybe not. Yeah, she's not gonna care about any of this stuff. Is there something else I can spray the... Okay, I guess we're gonna go back to the security office. Oh, maybe the detention center again. I don't know. That may not be it. Haha! Spray the cowboy room? Oh no! I've literally, I think that's the only room at this point I haven't sprayed. That was before I knew you could use it as an item, and I'm surprised it didn't do it after backing out. Okay, sorry about that. Alright. Moral of the story. Always do the funny. Always do the funny thing. Let's do it. Criminal Affairs Department, no, so... Security guard office. Alright. Spray the room. Aha! Oh, the cactus. Wow, we got a reaction. There's clearly blood around the thorns here. This room's pretty messy. Someone must have tripped over something and planted their head right into these thorns. I think that might be more painful than being murdered. Yeah, it is funny. I don't... What did that do? Now what? Is there... Do we need to check the other... Any of the other ones? That was literally it? I think that's literally it. No, that's okay. Let's go back to... From an entrance. What if I check the entrance? I mean, I haven't sprayed here. Why not spray here? Getting their bloody... And the mascot is just covered in blood. Nope. No blood. I chose the security division earlier. Criminal Affairs Department, I checked that. Underground parking lot, checked that. Right. We haven't checked our office. So, are we as innocent as we seem to be? Hmm. All right, we didn't. You will all be relieved to know that I did not do it. Phoenix Wright is in the clear. Emma, though, I'm not really sure. She could have been. She could have been careful. Goodman's note to Gumshoe. Yes, I did that. I've been showing the anything relating to SL9 to anybody who would listen. Now, let me go back to the security office because I don't know if I gave him the SL9 stuff. I probably did, though. Let me give him Goodman's ID. See, this is the victim's ID card, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is 584-2189. Officer Marshall, show us the ID number on the ID card record. Oh, did we never add it? I thought we added it. Okay, we added this before. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the whole world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. Hanging from... There's a glove hanging from it? Are you kidding me? Alright, but wait, what did Officer Meekin say? Sir entered the evidence room, that's meant to say the ID card. Yeah, so we did this entire scene played out before. And then we get the glove. Okay. Okay, so move. I mean, I figured it was the evidence room, but I just couldn't figure out what I missed. Oh, there's the glove. I just thought that was a stupid rag. Are you kidding me? Okay. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me have to be some kind of absent-minded detective. Piece of paper sticking out, I'll check that too. That's evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove, you're the one. Added to the court record. Hey pal, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth Inquiry Committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to give them a report for the day. It might help, you know. I think that's everything. Report. You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he could use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. With a note on it? Oh, that one I did spray. So I missed the glove. Apparently that was important. So I've got all of these stains over here, so we're good. But I didn't examine the locker with the thing coming out of it. Piece of white cloth is sticking out. Looks like a shirt. You'd better tidy it up or it'll get wrinkled. Hey, don't look at me. I didn't leave it hanging out like that. Okay, so what's the glove say? Extremely thin rubber glove. It is left hand. It's a left hand glove. So, okay. It's Axis SL911. Oh my goodness. I guess this is another piece of evidence from that case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. I can't believe, like, everything... I can't believe that incident is also related to this incident. Huh? What's so confusing about that? Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag? Zag? Is that a word? Do you challenge me? What, are we playing a word game now? I never wrote down what it actually said. Okay, just evidence piece number 11. Anything else I can do with this glove? No, other than noting it's for a left-hand individual. Okay, so I think we can go ahead and finally go back to Edgeworth. I thought I did spray Edgeworth's desk. I actually did it as a joke, and I guess I didn't spray it hard enough. Well, I doubt it's as a joke. It's just like, I mean, the joke is that no matter what, he's gonna be tied to like every crime in some way. All right, so Edgeworth, let's talk to you. February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 12012, 1202. Hello again. Ah, guess my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I begged your leave. So long. It's Edgeworth here? They are standing by a window, a teacup in his hand. Ah, it's you. It doesn't look like he has a teacup in his hand with the way he's standing, but he has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? Precisely. By the way, Detective Gumshoe is looking for you. Oh, I thought that was him talking. And then I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Oh yes, he brought me some information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. I think the report is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. Alright, well, time for the moment of truth. Alright, Edgeworth. Cough it up. There it is on the floor. Here we go. Got him. What? It looks like some blood has dripped down here. Judging by the amount, my guess it is from a nosebleed. A nosebleed? Maybe in his wrath. Mr. Edgeworth slaps someone for their incompetence. Why does Detective Gumshoe's face come to mind? Oh. That's it? I like it. That's okay. Inquiry Committee. So how did the Inquiry Committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times, ever since that case 2 years ago. Tomorrow's trial. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've only done what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still, well, I've never seen him so out of sorts. Alright, time to make you more out of sorts, though. Because... Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner. Whose side are you on, anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. Okay, just take a look. I exited. I meant to go to present. So let's go about the SL9. I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident? And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life, as I recall. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. A bad memory. He's talking about the murder in the elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Allegations of forgery. Okay, got it. I appreciate that. I hope you have a good time at Pokemon Go, Tay. head of investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time. Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too then? He was the best we had, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why I was a deputy chief of police on the investigation. In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. Instead, it's on the floor. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. There's still a 4th slot that looks like it may open. So we need to... I'm gonna give you the glove. So he hasn't given me the item yet, so we're just gonna keep trying. ID card record? Oh, right. I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go, by Chief Gant, no less. The Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I'd better make note of it. Unrelated evidence screwdriver added to the court record. Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wants to know something. My sister? What? You still working on that scientific investigation? Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today Mr. Wright and I were using this luminol testing fluid. Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. Oh, now we have to go back to the evidence room for sure. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Fingerprinting set and fingerprint file received. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Alright, time to move to underground parking lot. I really do appreciate all of your help, Tay, if you're still here. That was very, very helpful. So now we're going to go back to the police department entrance. Then we're going to move. Then we're going to go to the criminal affairs... No, security offices. Then go inside. Evidence room. Yes, it did. Like, once I saw the stupid glove, that was it. That's all I needed. I didn't need to touch the cactus or anything else. Evidence room said 3 investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, and this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Yeah, they did. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. I mean, kinda the thumb, I would maybe. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Huh? How do you do that? Just touch the screen. See? Ah, it looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres to completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Oh, I was joking about there being a blow feature. They actually included it. Now, how do I do that? You just blow with your breath. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basic fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I better give it a try. Spread the powder and blow. Look at that. Ha. Take all the powder. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Maybe it is. Okay, we have to keep doing. We have to do it for all of them. Wait, what? Oh my goodness. Fancy technology. Now the other hand and the other finger. Ah, you did it. You found one. But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? This person who left his handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes. Sometimes with scientific investigations. So, right hand, which we already suspected. But it's a left-handed glove that was left behind, which makes sense if they're going to use it on the right hand. So Meeks had his left hand injured. So he wasn't, yeah, so. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. It seems like there are fingerprints outside. Bloody handprint. Oh boy. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. Yeah, so many fingerprints. And then the cough up Queen Angel gives us food, and you're like, here, you gotta blow on it before, that way you can eat it. It's gonna get too hot, you'll scald your tongue. Yay, a print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth, and point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprint would we most likely find on this evidence locker? What? Who would have nothing to do with the case? No. No match. Come on. How am I supposed to guess whose they are? Isn't it obvious? The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case, so Meekins. Oh, they most likely belong to the owner of the evidence locker. Something wrong? I was just thinking, if you're so sure who it is, why don't you match the fingerprints? Mr. Wright, I was doing this for your benefit so you'd learn. Fine, fine, let me think. Who could have left these prints? So it'll be Bruce Goodman, but it's not gonna match. This will be important later. Okay. No match. Come on. Evidence of the owner of the evidence locker? Whoa! Look at that! Match found. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. So angry in his picture. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Okay, so court, fingerprint set, check. It's not gonna let me use it yet. Do I need to actually make the fingerprint appear first? I probably do. To make it show up and then I can use it. Oh no, it's already up. So then, what do they want me to... Maybe I just examine it and she'll do it automatically. This is where we got a luminofluid reaction, right? Right. There was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this? There go her eyes sparkling again. It's gonna be Meekins. So I'm gonna immediately guess Meekins. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means hit no prints. Would you say the probability of her hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand? What? So they do not want me to use it here? Oh. The areas where there should be a finger? I mean, I feel like... I mean, I don't know about you, but if I'm cleaning up a crime scene, I would probably wipe a couple of inches away from the blood, just to be kind of efficient. But, I mean, I guess we're just gonna assume for the sake of argument that they suck. Filthy, dirty evidence room. I gave it my best shot. The kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Like, I remember which one I tried the first time. Was that the same one I tried as before? I don't remember. My goodness. Oh, that's much better. Meekins. Whoa, it's not. Yeah, perfect for streaming. I figured Gant would have had someone else go in and do it. Okay, well. Do they want me to say that it's Gumshoe again? Ah. Marshall. Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record. We've almost filled up the 3rd page. What in the world? That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma. These are decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminal reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a white blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall? It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. To be continued. In court? Are we finally going to court? Yeah! Everyone corrupt. Defendant lobby number 1. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? Just in time for Tay to go away on Pokemon Go. I'm sorry. I wish I could have gotten here quicker. What do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are, after all. The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at the other crime scene. Oh, hey, Lana. Welcome back. Lana. Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So let's see. So how did it go? It says Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. I will do my best. I may even still be online in an hour. We'll see. Good luck. Catch them all. I believe in you. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder. They wouldn't see capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye, we discovered traces left by a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. You found Officer Marshall's traces? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. February 24th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach criminal affairs from the prosecutor's office. The victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I'll present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. I think one of the things that's really brilliant about this game and the cases that are in it is that even if you guess like one of the twists and you're like super proud about guessing it, you're still gonna be surprised until the very, very end. At least it has been that kind of way for the last couple of cases. So I'm never fully like not invested in the end result because there's always like one layer I haven't quite peeled back. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait. Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls... Marshall? The suspect of the murderer... Oh, okay, so it's going to be Meekins. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Well, we know we have to get the glove in there, because the glove is... because of the hand... We also have the, we actually have the handprint, right? Well, we already know the handprint's not his. The glove is left-handed. His left hand is injured. Couldn't have left behind the print. He obviously didn't wear it. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir, I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir. Hey, he's the first person who actually introduced himself. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You gotta believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is, sir, how much would like to call part of the younger generation, sir? A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins? Yes, sir? Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir, as you wish, sir. After all, I'm a part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Alright, I'm ready to impeach this guy. Let's do it. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out, until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto to others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness? Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Yeah. Because he didn't explain what happened to his hand yet. We need to press about that, and that all has to be obviously introduced into the testimony, and then we can impeach. So my normal duty was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the head detective, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transfer process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Why do I think that this Blue Badger is like the key to the case? Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed in here, right? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 498-9596. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh? But the number 498-9596 is shown as being used twice. Yes, that's the number I was curious about. We don't have lucky number 7. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated Blue Badger to the evidence room. 450. Wait. It's 30 minutes to get from where to where? To get to the police department from taxi by where, though? The underground parking lot with the DA's office, right? Okay, so yeah, the evidence room is okay, never mind. There's no 30-minute time gap I have to worry about here. Okay. Relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Second time was when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir! That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Did add to the ID card record. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then? Well, with recharging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. Recharging in on him, he was surprised. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be? When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I'm gonna write that down. I don't know, that detail seems important. Grabbed man by collar. All of a sudden I'm dropping frame. Okay, I think I'm good. I'm good again. I fought for my life, then I did it. Yeah, we have to press him about this for sure. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look like the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. Okay, white coat drenched with his blood. With Meekin's blood. I don't want to say hid, I want to specify it's Meekin's. Then the next thing I knew, yes, he punched me right in my face, sir. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. Up 5:30, so he went in 514, right? Let me get the ID card record. No, not the profile. Yeah, 514. So 30 minutes he was out. No, 16 minutes he was out. Alright. But consider this. I'm going to spray... I can't spray the courtroom. Unfortunate. About 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. Blue Badger, sir. I returned to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Just one thing? Okay. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. Said to myself, oh, it's this videotape? Oh, that's right, they mentioned that, and I forgot all about it, because we got, like, dumped 15 pieces of evidence in one sitting. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief? Delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder? Just what are we getting ourselves into? Wait. Where's the guy? He didn't sneak past. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stored within us? What the hell was that wiggling piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of our entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Security video added to the court record. Yes, well anyway. Nope, I think that is... I mean, I don't know if do I really want to see all of that again? Not really. I mean, I don't even know what I was meant to really draw my attention. The guy never crossed, whoever was in white, never crossed by again after he was stabbed, did he? Unfortunately, I do need to check the stupid video just to see if he exited. I wish there was a way to fast forward it. Hmm. Yeah, there's Meekins over there. So where'd the guy go? I mean, is there back? This doesn't make any sense. Hold on, wait. Oh, Oh, it looped. Okay. I was gonna say, why did his body disappear? But wait a minute. Floor plans? I wonder if I'm just bamboozling myself because I think it may just be looping to the start. Maybe that's why I'm confused. Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room, and some sort of, activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir, as you wish, sir. Probably should just save, just in case. I don't know how to impeach him yet. This is gonna be the hardest one ever. This is what this is gonna be. This is gonna be rough. Mystery Man. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. No question the other person was Detective Goodman. No question it was Goodman? I mean, he opened the locker, okay, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. I know that that's where the knife came in. They must have sliced his fingers to remove the fingerprints. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have had to have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Oh boy. Let me run to the restroom and then we will try to get into some of these contradictions. So, water for all of you, and I'll be right back. All right, I am ready to contradict. Cross-examination, mystery man. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. Press. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe it would be classified as the latter? The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh, yes, sir. But I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see? Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I bet my badge on it. But there's no question that other person was Detective Goodman, sir. So, I feel like the statement we have to impeach... must be him, no one else. That's the statement we have to impeach, obviously. But thank you for the hydrate, but I'm trying to figure out the chain of what we need to do to get there. I could introduce other fingerprint evidence. I can introduce that we can pull a print. I can introduce, like, there's no way we have to introduce Marshall yet. So let's keep going. Let's keep digging. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it, since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claimed this man who brandished the knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you were positive it was him. I mean, you opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do so. Press... About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir. And this, too. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. For the record, the opened locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir? Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is... unless the defense can find a problem with it. I'm gonna have to watch it again. No. Yeah, I agree. This really does need a fast forward rewind. Does he have a glove on in his right hand? I can't tell. I wish you could just, like, pause. You need to pause. I don't think that's a glove. Right hand had the knife. There's no evidence of him wrestling it out. Right hand had the knife. Beacon's on the ground, guy nowhere to be seen. I mean, I'm gonna have to say that there's a problem. I just don't know what they want me to say. All right, let's do it. I mean, the problem is I've looked at it 3 times, and I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? Yeah, the guy is gone. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in the particular that seems rather strange. The guy is being gone. That's the only thing I can really strange. This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not be Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Yeah, the fact that there's no body? Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. So do I have to pause the exact moment? Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where's the contradiction that indicates this man may not be Detective Goodman? No prints. No prints. No prints. Regardless, the thing that's strange about this video would have to be, this. Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it. Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine? Don't look at me with those blurry eyes. Before your eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think this through again, Now, what do I do? Play video again. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt. But he's the one pointing his finger. I will now play security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction. Okay, so here we go. He must do something to the locker. Glove, the glove. Is that a glove? Okay, that's not it. Okay, amazing. Well, congratulations, Alex. I figured I was gonna be here quite a bit longer. Well, yeah, Golden Sun was was pretty fun for me. I didn't mind it. It was a pretty short game overall when I replayed it. Trying to figure out where is the contradiction. Oh, oh, this cursor. I'm allowed to move it. I didn't know I was allowed to move it. I'm like, why is it focusing on that area? That was so strange to me. Oh yeah, no problem, Alex. Well, I agree part 2 is massively superior, but I still love part 1. The thing that's strange about this video has gotta be this. Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point? What you are looking for is one thing and one thing only, something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh yeah, woo. I almost walked right into the defense's trap. I'll place him under arrest, sir. Rats. I need to slow down and tackle these things one at a time. Now what do I do? The one spot in the game you got stuck. Oh no, Ark, not you too. Alright, I believe in myself. So, I need to see what Meekin's... Does he have anything on his person, or is he missing anything? What is this? Okay. Well, this could be a problem. Left-handed glove. Okay. So he didn't tackle anything. The whole point is to prove why it's not Goodman. Hold on. Is my, No, I don't want to go close the software, but My battery seems to be red. Oh, it's because the charger's not even in the actual console. The actual 3DS. Let's try that. Much better. Yeah, I'm glad I did notice it. Honestly, I'll tell you the part that's actually strange. I think I have one more idea. And honestly, has to do with the it has to do with the part right before the opening. So, here. Look, it's already unlocked. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins? Sir, do you mean me, sir? Yeah, I was about to say, I kept thinking, it seems to be lit even before his hand fully even grabs it. But I was like too busy trying to spot something about why it wasn't Meekins. I'm like, oh yeah, I could just say it's because anybody could open it. And you mean, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If the print matches the registered data, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that is the way I understand it, sir. Oh, okay, I see. That sucks. Oh, you have to get the light instead. I see. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Yeah, I guess they wanted the indicator light. I had noticed it, but I was going down the list of things to check. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit? Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Order. What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor. Because Marshall did it. Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the electronic system. Something. Jam the sensor? Say, like the glove that fell? There's something else that seems out of place. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Let's do it. Very well. Let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. Okay. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll in great distances when I open my car door, sir. We can't be sure that item was in the locker to begin with. What do you mean? This sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Well, I don't know how many of you are gonna have da 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 stuck in your head, but I will. It may even make its way into a stream countdown song, who knows. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. Oh, no problem. I hope you sleep well, Arc Brigade. Good luck with your commute. Those can be pretty rough. We get plenty of rest. We're stuck between the door and the sensor. And have a wonderful night, too. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times I get stuck in the door when I get out of my control vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. I already have it in my inventory. I can show you what it is. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense attorney please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened the locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. Order, order, order. So are we to believe then that the victim whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman? Okay, my 3DS light is now blue again at the bottom, so we are in good shape. Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in this video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Oh, it's time for Marshall to take the stand. Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. You can't just say one more witness and just have it be the same witness. Mystery Man 2. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use the ID card. I'm gonna present the request with the incomplete ID card and be like, he couldn't fill out the ID form because he didn't have his ID card to remember his ID number. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 514 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. That was typographically wrong, because the let's was capitalized after a comma. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. So let's... Yes. Alright. I am ready to impeach. Sir, to enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. Lost item report? It's only half completed, but it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order, order. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order, order, order. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't good. Well, well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. We still don't have a body, is the problem. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered, and where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? I mean, I can't object to what? Obviously to Lana being the murderer. Objection! One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not, but I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination to the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This is just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean, Your Honor? This defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name? I want to have our detective back. Yeah, Bruce could. Part of me is morbidly curious as to what they would say, but we're gonna choose Jake Marshall, of course. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let him know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in a police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. This court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court in recess. 11:32 a.m. District Court, Defendant's Lobby number 2. Just in time for me to grab water, because I am fresh out again. All right. Yeah, it is becoming very abundantly clear we are going to need another day to do this for sure. So yeah, the Monday after the Washington D.C. stay, I hate the fact that they expedited. It used to be like 3.5 days, and now it's like jam packed into like 2 full days and a half day. So there's gonna barely be any opportunity to really get out in DC. Oh no, it's perfectly all right. That doesn't set me that far back. And also, hi suitcase. Glad to see you here. I wasn't sure if you were here in the background or not. Uh, Sorry about the video taking so long. Anyway, defendant lobby number 2. No, it's okay. I don't mind. I was just thinking, oh, maybe I can finish this case today, not realizing that this DS exclusive case was just gonna be so long. But I think the problem was just like how long it took me to be on the field. I was just running back and forth places. Have I warmed to it that now that it's in court, the game, not IRL? Yes. Yes. I think my main problem with 5 specifically, yeah, was a grind mainly on the overworld section because it was very unclear when I was done with a certain area. I kept running and I found it to be a chore at the beginning before it all started to click. I thought it was going to be the same length as the other chapters, and that's why I was just like, why is it spending so much time not in court at the start? And I didn't realize it was setting up for this big, huge thing. So yes, I can rotate items in 3D. It's true. I can also blow on my 3DS and just have a grand old time. And then I don't know. I don't know what else we can do. We can spray entire rooms. But I want to use the metal detector again. That's the. I mean, I want that to be the way to win. But so far, I mean, I've been having a good time with it. It's just like it's just that sometimes it's tough because you feel like you're making no progress because you just keep running back and forth places, and you're not quite done. I have learned that the general rule of thumb is talk to people until all 4 dialogue checkboxes are done, and if you only have 3 appear, present something until a 4th appears. That seems to be a pretty good rule of thumb for any sort of talking with people. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. No. Not even close. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. You secondhand asked for my protection. How could you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Oh, he's so sad. Oh, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around all around while on duty. Well, it's not a pattern I initially noticed. It was only a pattern I noticed in this game. And I'm like, huh, there only seems to be room for 4 things. Maybe I should just, like, keep talking to these people till 4 appear, and that was it. I don't know if that's true for every other chapter, but it seems to be true for this one. So I am sticking to it. In case we have to go onto the field one more time. I'm not sure if we'll have to. I mean, we spent so much time in the evidence room, and we spent so much time in the car garage. I don't think they're going to have us examine the scenes of the crime for anything else. I mean, what else can we do? We took handprints, we checked for fluid, we checked for blood, we did everything. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen half your people at a funeral. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey, 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 hey. I didn't see you there, Miss Guy. That's okay, so have you brought what I asked? Oh, ho, 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 ho. You mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? Is that just that easy? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Skye was a witness? Received file of the SL9 incident. Welcome to page 4 of my inventory list. Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with serial murders. Okay, well, let's take a look at it. Files for the dark killings. There's just a very weird spacing between the 2 L's in killings. Solved 2 years ago. Touch the check button for details. Closed. Criminal Joe Dark. Crime serial murder sentence death. Victims Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Edith Kirby, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall? Marshall's definitely. Head prosecutor Miles, witnesses Lana Skye, Emma Skye. Damon Gant, of course, we knew his name was going to be on here somewhere. Executive investigators Lana Skye. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. Jake Marshall, Angel Star were investigators. I guess, yes, it is. I mean, I felt the I's and the L's were distinct enough, though. I'm curious as to how this will, what I'll end up doing with this. But anyway, it's the sort of thing you have to test the BCB handwriting font on before approving. Yes, I mean, I have notoriously been bad at looking at lowercase, capital I's and lowercase L's. Just because sometimes I can't tell them apart. Oh, what? Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that? That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. And that killings looks just fine. The Joe Dark? No. No, Lana. That's over with. No. Emma, wait, she ran away. You know what? I just remembered I gotta be somewhere. Well, running away is not very scientific. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I'd better take a good look at this file. To be continued. I want to make a little bit more progress. I'm not quite ready to call it quits. I'm thinking another 30-40 minutes, and then I'll be too wiped. Although the consequence may be awkwardly having to pause in the middle of a testimony. District Courtroom number 9. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. Why did Edgeworth say that latter part? Interesting. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described it that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? We know he wasn't there from earlier conversations. According to the paper's partner, what do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In English. Day of the crime. My job was to keep a wary on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man. So if you're out of ammo, time to hit the trail. So I have to impeach him with the handprint, like when he said he was out of town. mean, I could press. I don't know. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about these. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activation locks inside the evidence room? Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. I probably should press just to be safe, but I'm going to present the handprint when he said he was out. My job was to keep a wary eye on that phone, Marshal. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just the caretaker who inherited the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tapes. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes would be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room? They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. So is he gonna? Are we gonna pin him to say he like never goes in, and then we impeach? But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So Officer Marshall on the day of the crime? Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Besides, the room is protected by 2 security systems anyway. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in the day my locker was a goldmine of evidence. And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? And now I impeach. I don't need to be that cautious. I'm not going to save. I'm going to be brave.
Objection!
Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here? Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at a crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints, found at the scene of the crime. Okay, well, I'm trying to think ahead about what I can impeach with, but I'm going to listen for right now. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. I mean, setting aside the impossibility of it fitting like that, go ahead. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How did you know that? See? I had nothing to do with it. Although if the murderer was wearing gloves... Well, we don't know. Hold on a minute. The witness explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I could feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. We've still got all 5. That's because you, how do you put it, pay your respects once a month? The problem is the rubber glove is... Yeah, so this is a left-handed glove that fell, but it wasn't worn, meaning the guy had to wear a right-handed glove. Actually, no. No, he wasn't. I have to impeach him with the glove. I have to impeach him with the glove because it's a left-handed glove and it's a left-handed... yeah, it's a left-handed fingerprint. Okay, so we're done. I don't have to go through this. Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happened to be mine. And he wasn't wearing a glove on that hand, so we win. What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective, the locker I still use. All that is in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never changed. He must have been using the fingerprint lock without even knowing it. Marshall's fingerprints updated in the court record. Okay, so it still was, I think, useful to have done that, if nothing else, but to get that update. So let me get into the court record and see what was changed. Marshall's own locker. Wasn't mine, it's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened the murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue it's just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? Oh, that's not the gotcha? Okay, so we're gonna take a penalty. I don't know if I'm really on the wrong track. I really don't think I am. Because the left-handed glove is accounted for by us. It wasn't worn. Oh, no, it's not the left hand. Oh, it's the right hand. Well, no, wait a minute. That makes it even more contradictory. Because there's no way. The only way it can line up is... No, I was right the first time. No, I'm wrong. Wait. Hold on a minute. If it's the right hand, it can't line up with the... No, it's... 1 minute. So... I think the fingerprint that was left was his right hand, wasn't it? Hold on, let me... I'm just gonna press to just get to this scene. How do you know that? I mean, that's correct. I mean, that's the thing. So, okay, it's the right handprint. I was looking at it like this, like an idiot. Like that's gonna explain how it was placed. So I was operating under the wrong hand assumption. So the right hand was placed. The left glove falling means that, yeah, the right glove is still technically accounted for. Even though it doesn't really make a lot of sense anyway, just for the reasons it was sent. But I have my hand argument is completely reversed. Because I was checking my fingers like this, and that's not how the fingerprint trail would be left. Okay, how do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, though, to the left, to be left by the murderer. Thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah? I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place his hand on top of Officer Marshall's handprint? That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? Oh, am I supposed to present the evidence now that we're pressed? The seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Oh, another tape? Security tape? So long as my trail isn't there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, he could leave the room without being caught on tape, and in fact, he wasn't. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall is present, please do so now. I don't think the judge is going to be as forgiving for me getting it wrong this time. Oh my gosh, what am I looking for now? Oh, I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. I'm not even going to explain it, I'm just going to show it. Very well, allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. I don't know if they have insta-deaths. I know that you have like a life point counter or exclamation point counter. So here's your mistake. I know exactly what it is. Here we go. Or you might end up being the one making the mistake. Yeah, I'm wondering. Yes, no, you're right. There was one moment where the judge declared me guilty immediately because I didn't, cross-examine or I did something different. You're right, there are incident moments, but I know what the answer is. I know what the answer is 100%. I know I'm right. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness. Officer Jake Marshall. Right here. Get wrecked!
Take that!
There, how's that for evidence? Please allow me to apologize for my colleague, Your Honor. He gets carried away sometimes. Yes, well, this certainly isn't a first. Will you forgive him too, Officer Marshall? He's not a bad... Okay, so the thing is, he didn't know that there were electronic systems put in, and the person in the picture was clearly going in and reaching without using a fingerprint identification because they didn't know one existed. And so only Marshall would... Well, actually, I guess anybody not... Well, I mean, he didn't get zapped because I guess he was wearing insulating gloves. Well, actually, now I don't know. So when I said I was 100% sure, I'm not. Sorry. I thought I was onto something. He's not a bad man, just a bit disillusioned. Of course, I'm not one to gun down unarmed boys. Oh great, now Edgeworth is defending me. Guess that means I missed the mark. Okay. Very well, let's get back to the cross-examination. Okay, so did I have to pick something else? So do I have to go through that entire thing again? I mean, the thing was he immediately reached for it. But I mean, I guess anybody technically would have. Okay. Nope. Yeah. At this point, I just probably should just go reboot to right before that section. I'm not sure if I want to take the judge up on the offer again to re-examine the area or not. My goodness. This one is tricky. I was feeling pretty good. Or is the answer there's no evidence no, I don't want to say there's no evidence in video. There has to be something. That was the Exhibit 11 one we talked about earlier. I mean, other than knowing that that's where the SL9 items were being kept. Oh, man. Point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, yada yada. His mistake. Oh, we need to point out the glove. Oh, I was right, just the timing was wrong. I get it, I get it. So I was 100% right, but just the wrong timing. There, how's that for evidence? Oh, it's still wrong. Okay. So, I don't know. Hmm. by that. No technical crime.
Objection!
Yeah, so I don't know. Am I to give up on it?
Objection!
I might be walking right into Officer Marshall's trap. I better try and find out a little more information. It seems we should be moving back to the testimony. Very well. Officer Marshall, can you please give your testimony again?
Objection!
Okay, so I'm once again off the wrong track. Oh boy. I mean, is there a facial expression? Is there something I can do? I mean, do I just point out his knife? We've established that the murder wasn't done here, but he did have, you know, he. But I doubt it. I think that's too. That's too.
Take that!
Yeah, so it's not that at all. Ah. What can I do? I mean, am I supposed to press on this? But I don't know where to press on it.
Objection!
No. We've taken 2 more strikes, we have to start over. Because even if I win at this particular point, it's, you know, I'm going to have 2 strikes. So we'll show the evidence. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. See this locker that has a white cloth sticking out? This is the witness's locker. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Yeah, no, even if I were to use a guide, I'm not finishing it tonight. I just wanted to at least get out of this nonsense. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened the locker when your camera was turned away. Order, order. It would seem that the only... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner. But you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. That's not gonna work this time, though. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? Fingerprints. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who could open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say open that locker? Now prove it. Fingerprint sensor? I mean, he was told about this before. It's his own fault. We talked about this earlier today. See? The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There's even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself. I feel like whenever we cut Marshall loose as a witness or something like changes, that's probably going to be our pause point because I'll have to pick it up on Monday and finish it off. Hopefully we'll finish it up. I have no idea how close I am to the end. This is a pretty involved chapter. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard because we still don't have the tie-in for the DL9 incident. There's like way too much that still has to happen. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? Oh my goodness, halfway? Wow, alright. That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Am I overthinking this or underthinking this? At the time of the crime? Like the exact moment? Like which one? The Meekins being attacked? The murder? Officer Marshall was standing right here. So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory. Your chamber's empty, partner. Better reload. Okay. Now they're ganging up on me. Perhaps you should think a little more about where Officer Marshall was. Officer Meekins should have seen him in the evidence room. Oh. Well. Wait, I'm confused. Why are we talking about where Marshall would have been? I thought we said Marshall was the person who had... I guess Marshall's not the one who attacked Meekins? Okay, I guess not. I guess that's what they're concluding. To have not been seen when walking through here? Ever? Like here? Officer Marshall was standing right here. So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible. Okay. So they didn't like that. Meekins is the K. Isn't K the killer? Oh, hold on. Oh. I'm sorry. I think I understand the problem now. I was accusing him of being the killer. I thought I was considering Meekins to be the victim. Yeah, see, this is why this abbreviation isn't really good for me. It's only as effective as me actually being able to follow it. It would have to be here, because... There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in this video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. I mean, that's what I was trying to do, I just didn't understand the diagram. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. Okay, so the way that they were roundabout talking about this made me think, like, are they saying, like, he wasn't the person there? Because I'm like, he totally was. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman? He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We've got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it? You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. He's going to give us like a criticism that's going to end up like pushing us forward. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Nick, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise? Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. Just in case. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. Oh, he had to remove the clothing because it was covered in blood, right? So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps this video is the key to all of our stuff with the video. Just stop it. And I know where they want me to pause. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open this locker. Sure.
Take that!
Just think outside the box. For some reason, you described yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room. I don't know what that reason was, yet. Yet? However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. Think crazier. And the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, huh, partner? Now then, Officer Marshall. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have had to be here, now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. All right, it seems that time has come. Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. Oh, the case. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Large quantities of blood traces were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It looked like too much blood for that. Marshal's confession. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to impeach here. We'll just press. When you say it, you mean, do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transfer roll that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only the detective who was in charge of it can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? Probably because of the Marshall name in it. There was a Marshall as a victim. I caught that. That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint, activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Normally, that locker shouldn't have opened. So it opened because the rubber glove was stuck in the door by chance? Then Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. How does that help me? That's interesting, but it wasn't affecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. You pulled the knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So what happened next? And managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared didn't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. Okay, this is still the dumbest argument ever, because this entire thing only works if the stupid wavy statue mascot wasn't there, because otherwise his face would have been caught. Like, none of it would have worked properly. So, like, I don't buy it. He's still wrong. Like, this doesn't work because of that stupid statue. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine, and I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for those crimes. One thing I can say for sure, he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files. I meant to... I didn't mean to press there. When you... Okay, we just went back in a circle. Okay, so I have to answer. That was the last one. Okay.
Objection!
Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. All 6 pages that take up a giant stack. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Like, this is not, it's not a good time to be a prosecutor here. I will tell you that. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, chief detective at the time. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in this prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Scott.
Objection!
But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial, which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me the boys got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been uncovered, no contradictions remain. The murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. There were no errors in the testimony of the witness, Angel Star. If you have a response, make it one word or less. Objection! Arg. Good one. Good one. You nailed it. I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now that the time for the verdict has arrived, this court finds the defendant... Hold it! Emma? There you are. Your Honor, wait! Emma, the defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Aw. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file, but that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day, so I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured out if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. That was like 30 minutes away. I guess canonically an hour passed. We did take a 30-minute recess that one time, didn't we? So did you find something? No! Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. Backs to the wall. Better save. After whatever this unearths, if we get like an investigation tree, like we're ending as soon as we get to like a reasonable point where we're like past this. I'm not saying the trial has to be over, but like when we get to the end of this particular arc of it. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use, but still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be, the problem I have with it is it wasn't on the camera. Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. Ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint in Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I object.
Objection!
His handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of this blood mark? Psst. Just when I thought I was out, you put me back in. What am I looking for? Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? I don't think this is it, though. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So? So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well? Wait a minute. Well, what? That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at the spot on the locker. What? So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Shut up. Doesn't matter. Everything's like going crazy. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint in that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. But it wasn't. Oh, could we not see it on the camera because he was dancing, right? Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. Oh, the cactus that we saw the blood on, that has to be relevant. On February 21st, in the police department evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time, someone bled prior to the struggle being shown on this tape. It had to have been... Let me steal your thunder. Hold on a minute. Miles Edgeworth. Detective Goodman, when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refute you. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you report really happened, when did it take place? And demand you show evidence that proves it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To surmise, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was disguised as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us, when did this first incident occur? Proof must be presented. You know, once I get through this and it's like easy sailing, I'm getting off because it's late. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then this perpetrator would have had to have entered the room. In order to do so, an ID card is required. An ID card? Oh, an ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ah! Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? Yeah, I know, the 420. I mean, that's obviously the person who did it. I guess Miles just missed it. I never figured you had nerve, boy. Put off the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining, 777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Officer Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777777. That's one 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Is it Gant? It's gotta be Gant. It's gotta be Gant. Someone who is so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an honest an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why don't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! I feel like it sounds like the talking that you hear at the beginning of Super Mario All-Stars, honestly. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. More like the following week. Sorry, everybody. That's it. All right, save. No regrets. Nope, no spoilers. All right, everybody. We'll figure out what the Deep Space Nine incident was. I can't wait to figure out what the Deep Space Nine incident was and learn about all of the things that have happened and were covered up. Appreciate everybody stopping by. Tomorrow will be, yeah, I will enjoy DC. We have one more stream tomorrow. That's going to be Deltarune Chapter 2 Aborted Snowgram. For those who haven't played slash seen Deltarune in a while, I will be completely replaying a chapter, going through the Snowgrave route, aborting it last minute, and reaching the end, doing all the secret stuff I can, while being an absolute jerk. And that will be everything I need to do to get my files ready for the eventual release in June. So if people are interested, stop by. If not, don't. And either way, I will enjoy DC. Thank you all for stopping by. Yeah, I could. Yeah, so I just thought Deep Space Nine would have been funny. So all right, I am going to have some dinner and then I'm gonna get myself some sleep. But I will see everybody when I return. I'll be back fully on Sunday, but I don't stream Sunday, so Monday it will be. Have a good night, everybody, and take care.